All right. Hello, hello. Greetings and welcome in, everyone. Hello. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, and general maker of things. We are here! And also, big thank you to Wilhelm Vanderboss for raiding in earlier. Greatly appreciated. Welcome in, Plumies. Hoot hoot. Welcome in, welcome in. It's an absolute joy to have you all here! I'm slightly shook, but I'm also slightly not surprised. It's just a big joy to actually have you all here, and I am deeply privileged to be joined by everyone here this day. So, big excitement. I actually have not been this nervous streaming since like ever. I don't even think I was this nervous on my debuts. Wow. All of a sudden. It's crazy. It's crazy. But here we are. We're here. I'm supposing we've all survived the weekend to a more or less extent. So that is a victory. And those little victories we celebrate. And for the rest of us, we are in the process of trying out a whole bunch of things. So I should probably hit one button before I go any further, because I was supposed to be testing something this day. And the thing that I was supposed to be testing was also the multi-streaming to Twitter. And that should now be live. Hopefully. Okay, so that's now live. Hi! All good, thank you, thank you. So, we are trying out a couple of new things today. So yes, it's going to be interesting. But yes, Wilhelm, wonderful to have you here. Citrina, also an absolute pleasure. The other Plumies who have shown up, Mary, also thank you. Seal, Jennifer, Neko. It's an absolute joy to be joined by you everyone today. So yes, big excitement all around. And as you guys have all got the spoiler, we are going to indeed be drawing Vil today, and I am very much looking forward to it, as always. Owlshi is owlshi. There's nothing you can do about that, right? The ranger outfit just spoke to me on every level, and it's like, okay, I know exactly what I want to draw for this. So we're going to be drawing Vil today. No surprises there. But I hope you guys enjoy it. And I think just before we get into that too much, because this is technically my first stream for the week, I should also just quickly give everyone there a heads up. We had originally, earlier in the parts of last week, decided to do a sort of a community stream on Thursday, but I'm postponing that until the following week. So chances are we're going to be doing Vil's Art Challenge now this Thursday instead of that. So please keep an eye open. I need to get at least 20 entries on the community event that I've been running over on Twitter and Blue Sky to actually get that to happen. But yeah, you can check that out in your own time. And for everyone who is new here, when I get this bottle of water on my shoulder, that means it's time to hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip quickly before we get into the meat of things. Because why? I'm not the only person who needs to stay highly hydrated and healthy. Alright. So, the schedule is pretty straightforward, mostly doing work stuff, and Sunday Gorilla stream to be confirmed on the day. But with that, there is one more thing that I need to dive, or rather just talk about briefly, before we get into the meat of today's stream, for everyone who is in the VOD squad and wants to get stuff out of the way and just know what's going on. So I've mentioned it before, that I am putting some things together, and I am very close to actually being able to post about things in all of the places. Yes, I am slightly nervous about it, but I've got to say it anyway because it's going to be posted on my socials come this time tomorrow. Anyway, so just before we dive into this, I just want to just collapse here for a second because I am running a donathon starting mid-August, basically, because my graphics tablet is busy giving up on me and I need this to do my job. So, I will be running Uncapped Donathon in August. Hopefully I will be able to keep my day job now. We'll see what happens. It is mostly going to be a bunch of creative stuff going on. If you can arrive, I would be grateful for it, but once again, no pressure. I will be posting all of the information regarding this, like I said, tomorrow as well, but you can look forward to some interesting things. I will try to arrange some collabs. It all depends on other people's availability. I am going to be doing rage games that I've never played before, so there's that going to happen at some point during the proceedings. Lots of interesting stuff, I hope, going to happen. And yes, we will be starting that on the 11th of August, and I'm going to stop the sales pitch now before anyone gets bored of me. Save button is probably a good idea before I close that completely. Alright, but now we are in fact actually here to draw bill, so let's dive into the fun stuff, shall we? As always, I'm starting on blank canvas because I always feel like if I am not doing the sketch on stream, that's like I'm missing half of the fun stuff, right? Sure. Whew, okay. I did talk about everything that I was supposed to, right? Yes, I think I did. Okay. I hope everyone is doing alright. And joy, joy, joy. I should also just probably check that things are in fact actually working on that front. It looks like it might be. I have no idea to be able to tell really, but things look like they are stable, so okay. We're okay. We're good. We're all good. Okay. So I wanted to obviously do a picture of Archer Wilhelm since we saw the Isekai art come out for the Globy Chronicles thing. And if you guys know my work, then you know that I'm a big, big, big sucker for dynamic poses. And I kind of have an idea for what I personally think is going to be a little bit of a fun one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just get a bit of a loose sort of gesture sketch in first. Just sort of not bothering too much about anatomy at this stage, just getting vibes really. Sort of half getting an idea of the shape of the bow here. Move the placement. Let's see, I want to adjust this angle a little bit. Wrong selection tool, that will get annoying. There we go. Something along those lines ought to work. There we go. I want to really give a sense of the arrow shaft flex a little bit. Put the perspective on the arrow. We're going to use some movement lines here as well, I think. Give ourselves something interesting happening. What I do want to do though, because I'm not 100% satisfied with where this arrow is pointing, is I want to just separate this off into a new layer. And just manipulate this until it's sort of pointing where I want it to. Something like that. That should do the trick. Ooh, I like where this is going. Yay! I'm glad. The first steps are always very rough, but also quite rewarding if you can kind of figure out where the picture is between all the blanks in the lines. And I'm half tempted to make our falcon plumie also sort of in pursuit as well. Why? Because I am an absolute sucker for feathered wings. Ooh, that looks really cool. I am so glad. I am so glad. That deserves a +1 for the algorithm. Ah, thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Something roughly like this. I'll figure out the plumage there in a little bit. Okay. So I think that as far as our gesture should more or less cover it. What I do want to do is I just want to adjust that so that we've got a knee on a third line, the face on a third line, and the plumie and the arrowhead. Just kind of balancing out the composition a little bit. So that I don't feel like there's empty space, really. And now what we can do is we can just reduce that opacity a little bit. And we can do a anatomical sketch over the top. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with our head direction, just sort of fold in from the head outward, because it's usually a good place to lead the movement from. Start with the head into the collarbones is usually my method. I like also kind of acting out a movement as I'm figuring it out, because it saves me a little bit of time on finding references, is to actually act it out. So, to get the angles and everything, it makes it a little bit faster. Now, considering all else, I'm wondering, Shall we unnerf this? Or are we going to stick with the physique that we see in the official artwork? What do you guys think? It looks cool so far? Hey, I'm so glad, I'm so glad. Shosan, thank you so much for the follow on Twitch. Welcome in, welcome in. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope that Sunday has been treating you kindly so far. We're just still very much wrapping in the main landmarks before we actually start cleaning anything up. Now, gesture has a tendency to just extend everything way more ridiculously than what is probably actually practical. So it's at this stage that we kind of refine that down. Although, let me just check my proportionality here because I'm suddenly uncertain. Let me just pop back here. Yep, I thought so. That leg is too small. Why? Because it should reach about top of the chest from the hip joint. And at this distance from the camera, it should be a little bit more flat on the perspective than otherwise. Sorry, I was just reading the rules. No stress, no stress. No one is ever under pressure to chat in my channel. Despite the fact that we do know that certain platforms are starting to implement systems that actually discourage lurking behavior because of the way that it damages viewership stats on the channel. We do know that that is a thing that is happening across the board, really. I'm not going to ever call anyone out if they're lurking, so if you are here and just busy doing your own thing, that is totally cool. May! Hello, hello! Good to see you! How are you doing? It's been a while! It's good to see you! For everyone who is new here, we are currently drawing Wilhelm van der Bos from Globy. there is an event that they are doing for Vexpo where they are doing a isekai sort of merch line, and I was very tempted to draw him by after seeing his isekai outfit. So it's like, okay, Archer, Owl, this has to happen. This has to happen. Can't not. So that is what we're up to this day. Doing decent? Oh. Decent is better than doing terrible, so that is a plus. But I hope that you have a good time of everything. I know that it's probably just been a wild time, so I hope that you catch a break as well. Now, with this bow, it does have a very interesting shape, so capturing the curves appropriately is interesting. Let me just carve this out with the pen tool a bit better. The shape is a little bit reminiscent of a spider's leg, now that I look at it. Quite interesting. I am probably, when I do the inking on this, I am probably going to use a mirror ruler for that, because it ought to be the same. Sai, welcome. Greetings. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with the anatomy there. Let's fix the bird. Day is day. How is day? Day is interesting. Day is interesting. We have been joined over on YouTube side by the person that we are drawing today, which makes it doubly interesting. So, over on YouTube we are joined by Wilhelm van der Bos and the Plumies, and that is a big privilege. So I am kind of a little bit shook still, but we are having a good one so far. We're having a good one so far. Now what I want to do is I just want to grab a little bit of further detail here. Just get that mapped out appropriately. Alright. Now, we've got... something along those lines. Just hide that for a moment. Get the other elbow in place, other wrist. I'm going to split the difference between those two angles because I'm not entirely satisfied with either of them. So I'm going to put the wing like so. There we go. That was the Twitch side. I figured I'd pop over and say hi to the guests and the special guest. Ah, it's coming together so well. Ah, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Yay. Actually, I think what I'm gonna do something like that in terms of our feather spread. I know it's a little bit different over that side, but it's fine. Let's get some talons going. Just want to doubly check. This is in fact a 3 forward set. Okay. Just doubly checking because I do know that with some birds of prey what happens is that you'll have 2 toes pointing forwards and 2 toes pointing back rather than 3 forward and 1 back. So it's just something to double check. Okay. So we're good on our 2 layers of sketches. Now we can grab our inking brush. And I'm going to start basically inking on straight because why? I want to go for something a little bit more sketchy and rough looking on our line work. Basically go a little bit more webtoonish with this one. I think that's going to be the vibe, is go a little bit more webtoonish. So our angle of movement is this way, which means gravity is going to drag that way. So first things first, let's look at this issue here with the cape and its drape. What's my brush size here? 15. I'm going to bring that down to 10, I think. Yes? Yes. That'll give me enough weight to work with, but not too much. Okay, cool. So our landmarks here and our major tension points are going to be the belts coming across. Now this has got a second crossover point like so towards the brooch. But with the way that a lot of this fabric is going to fall, there's going to be tension points all over the show here, so Now, chances are, if I'm looking at this construction, chances are the brooch is also acting as our cape pin. So that is going to be the major tension point. Can't tell. I do think it is, in fact, this side that goes over the other to grasp it in place. So let's roll with that. Just get the design to read clearly. Even if it's not lying on the exact same landmarks in the exact same way. Having you consider the main tension point and such actually makes thinking about the design worth it? Yes! No. It's definitely rewarding when you see other people actually think about how things are put together when you've designed a thing, so I appreciate that you appreciate that back. But yeah, I think you did really, really well in terms of making it something that you can actually imagine assembling. Like, I will be very honest, this is probably one of the most webtoon friendly VTuber outfits I have ever seen. Kalex, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? Now, one thing that I am noticing here, I'm just gonna put our quiver in place like so. I'm probably going to need to flip this over a little bit more. What makes it webtoon friendly? The things that make this webtoon friendly are that, firstly, we have no fabric print textures, and that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Calix on Twitch says that's a cool reference. Thank you. The reference is actually drawn here by Wilhelm van der Bos, who is joining us in chat over on YouTube side. And that is actually he himself, the man of the hour that we are busy drawing. Yeah, he designed this outfit. Yeah. So, what makes this good for webtooning as far as Ranger designs go is that, firstly, we've got no major textures on the we've got no major textures on the outfit itself, so there's no patterning or anything that you need to spend time actually making warp or conform to certain features as the character moves around, which is a really big deal. I think the most complicated part for continuity is probably the boots, in terms of how these leg wrappings go around on the boots. But with clever rendering, you can actually kind of ignore them half of the time as well. Because even then, in your normal use case of actually, in the context of this, which would probably be an action webtoon if I had to guess, the legs are either out of shot or moving so fast that you're not actually going to be able to see what's going on. So, and as far as time saving goes, that's not really that much of an issue. The shapes are pretty easy and consistent to build as well, so it's not weird sweeping curves or anything that you need to depend on custom brushes or templates and, once again, warp and conform. Very simple colors, and clean silhouette. Like, I think I'd be able to pretty much, based off of what I can see here, we could probably simplify this into a shorthand very, very easily. Which is kind of what I'm technically half trying to do here, is I'm trying to capture it, and also find the webtoon shorthand for how we'd actually put everything together in such a way that it will work in an action webtoon. I'm no artist, I'm just a long-time enjoyer of various media, but yeah, patterns are a huge pain for comics. That's why Akira Toriyama said Cell was the hardest character to draw and animate. The spots, ooh, I can believe that. I was a ranger until I took an arrow to my tea, and now I'm a ceramicist to ensure that no one without a cup of tea is in the Isekai world. That is a fantastic, fantastic ploy. This looks very streamlined to draw while still being an interesting design. Yeah, I agree. It's one of the reasons why I was like, instantly, oh, I have to draw this. Like, with a lot of armor designs as well, like, I'm also keen to draw Vance's outfit like this, as well as Leon's. Like, I'm very, very, very tempted. Kohaku's as well. They're all really, really good. Simple enough to replicate several hundred times, but complicated enough to sell the concept. I'm just using some line weight to give us a little bit more of a sense of how the parts separate from one another. And I'm gonna just make this overlap a bit because it would. Have a little bit of a wrinkle there. Okay, so the cape is then going to basically flutter behind the quiver, which makes sense. On this side, what we've got, there is no indication of any kind of sleeve whatsoever, so we're going to assume that it is a broad top on this tunic, a broad-shouldered tunic, not a narrow shoulder. So it's going to cut more upwards towards the deltoid than towards the corner of the neck there. Also, one thing I always notice in character designs is color blocking. Large swaths of one color can wash out detail and distinction between parts. This design is well color blocked. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, thank you for the head pats. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the head pats. Welcome. How are you doing? So, another thing that I'm noticing here is there's just a little bit of a dip right over here in our reference, which tells me that this belt sits just below the bottom of the ribcage in terms of landmarking here. Just chilling. What are you drawing? I am currently drawing Wilhelm van der Bos from Globy in his newly released Ranger design for the Globy Chronicles event that's happening for V-Expo. Thank you for the glasses, Sai. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And the man himself is actually joining us with his community, the Plumies, over on YouTube at the moment. So we are very, very privileged to have everyone here. And Sai, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. So everyone, courtesy of Sai Prime, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. I'm cracking open the points wallet. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes. So, since Sai also redeemed a stretch, we're all going to just take a moment and also do a little bit of stretching, because why? Once again, I'm not the only one who needs to stay healthy. So what we're going to do, nearest safer consumption beverage. My good old fried water. Yes, 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 yes. Fried water. Lovely, lovely. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to just lock our hands above our heads and just pull them upwards as high as they will go. I'm just going to do seated stretches for right now, just because I don't want to take too long with them. So now with our hands pulling up as high as we can go, we're also going to just pull those backwards a little bit. And that should be working a little bit on the chest muscles to stretch those out a little bit. And also it should be working on basically exercising muscles at the back of the neck and shoulders as well. Okay, still holding, okay, and relax. Okay, drop arms to the sides. And now what we're going to do is we're going to basically take the sort of what I'm going to call the pinnacle of the head. So basically if you look at my model where my ponytail is coming out, you're going to think about that spot, just in a relaxed seating position, and you're just going to stretch that upwards as high as you can go and hold. Like you're not dipping your head down, you're stretching the back of your head up. So not forcing your shoulders down, you're stretching your head up. Holding, holding. Now that should be pulling on the back of your neck as well. Just kind of the big triangular muscles at the back of your neck and into your upper back. And relax. Alright, now we're going to look to one side. I'm currently looking to my port side. For those who are not nautically inclined, that means to my left. And we're going to do the same thing. Lift the back of the head up towards the ceiling, with the head turned to the side. That should add also a little bit of tension to the side of the necks as well. The sides of the neck, assuming that not all of us have multiple necks. Assuming. Big assumption, I know. Hold. And relax. And opposite side. And lift. And hold. And hold. And hold. And relax. Then shake out the hands. Get some blood flow going. If you've got a tennis ball or something nearby, I'm going to use a dumbbell. You can put one of those under your feet and roll that around while we continue doing the rest of the stuff. Nope, the dumbbell actually has flat edges on the corners, so that ain't gonna work. What is the round thing that I've got to try? I'm gonna use my jar of dirt. Don't ask me why I've got a jar of dirt. It used to be a stress ball. It used to be a stress ball. Now it's a jar of dirt. Sad. But okay, we continue. Are we all stretched? Are we all hydrated? Are we all revitalized? If not, too bad. Keep going. We're being productive again now. Woo! Alright. You transmuted rubber into dirt? No, it wasn't a rubber thing. It was basically like a balloon, basically, stuffed with sand. It was that kind of stress ball. And the balloon burst, basically. So, now I've got a jar of dirt. But it's useful, because now I've basically got a... I don't know if you can hear it, I've got a shaker now. So it's good for Foley. Yeah. I'm going to make use of this, probably. The forbidden dirt. Yes, the forbidden dirt. Right, where were we? We were working on the belt. Okay, let's keep going. Just FYI, this is probably not going to be as long a stream as usual. I know that I'm usually like 5 hours, but considering that I did start later than usual, as well as the fact that I'm also kind of not 100% physically at the moment, we're probably not gonna go really much past midnight UTC. I say this now, don't hold me to it, because chances are I'm also going to be wrong. Now here, we're also going to need a little bit of tension pulling up. This might actually also flop upwards, because if I look at the amount of fabric at the back of this versus the amount at the top here, it feels like the mantle is actually a little bit tailored. It doesn't feel like an actual rectangle of cloth that was wrapped around. It actually does feel a little bit tailored to stay specifically in the open position. So I don't think it's a particularly broad cloak, which means that chances are this is going to pop upwards and cover that as well. Blue Ghost, hello, hello. Welcome in. Unless you want to have the wind effect on it, making the cape show more of his shoulder or less depending on the wind direction. Yeah, he's currently busy leaping, so gravity is pulling the cape basically in the direction he's coming from. And that means that the weight is pulling basically that way. But because of the way his shoulders are raised, if you've got a tailored thing, what's going to happen is that it's going to want to slide upwards, because if you try and keep it flat, you're not going to actually be able to lift your arm the whole way. It's a mobility thing. So this is probably going to kind of bunch up here a little bit more. Something like that. Sort of on top of the deltoid a little bit. There we go. I love watching art streams, to be honest. Yay! Art streams are great. The guy I'm drawing is actually also an art streamer as well. And if you like my streams, you're absolutely going to adore his. So, if that interests you, then check out Wilhelm van der Bos from Globie. What's his user? Wilhelm Vanderboss. Let me type it in chat. It's probably going to go twice. It's probably going to go twice because I'm on multi-streaming. I'm just going to go at because it's a direct mention. I would normally never do that. Subtame as well. Please do. Please do. Now, currently I'm just zooming in drastically because there is a massive patch in the middle of my screen right around here. Right around here, where it's very, very, very scratched up. So I can't actually see what I'm looking at 100% clearly. So, hence why, during the later part of August, I will be running a donathon for a replacement graphics tablet. Because I can't actually see what I'm doing. And drawing is my day job, so I do actually kind of need to be able to do that. The visibility is kind of marginally important. Just a little bit. Itty bitty little bit. I love art since right now I'm trying to improve my art in Man by using references to draw. Yeah, no. That's always the best way to go about it, is to have good references and really just practice the observation of what sort of landmarks you see and trying to capture those. I personally think art is more, or drawing from imagination is more about learning how to see what you're doing than anything else. Basically learning how to see and getting your hand to figure out and getting your hand to follow what your brain is seeing. And if that is not a helpful explanation for anyone, if there's anyone here who suffers from aphantasia or so on, then it's basically having an understanding of what you're trying to capture and being able to coordinate with your hand to be able to get that structure captured on the page. Learning how to see and get your hand to follow is just a little bit more of a poetic way of phrasing it, but it's basically a coordination issue more than anything else. Coordination and observation. Very much learnable skills. I'm just kind of inferring information here based on the rest of the assembly. I'm still trying to figure out how to see. It does take time. It does take time. But if you spend 5 minutes a day just observing a thing, it can be anything. Just pick a thing and just observe it with the intent of trying to capture the features of that thing in your mental library. It doesn't matter if it's a cube, it doesn't matter if it's your phone, it doesn't matter if it's the back of your hand or a bottle of eye drops or whatever happens to be lying on your desk at the time. It doesn't matter. Yes, there is in fact a bottle of eye drops on my desk at the time, that's why I said that one. And doesn't matter what it is, just observe the thing. See, okay, what's the proportions between the shapes? How does the light hit it? If I turn the angle of this thing, how do the planes shift this way or that? How do they squash about? Close one eye, because then you're going to be seeing it in 2 dimensions rather than 3, because if you've got 2 working eyes, then you ought to be having stereoscopic vision, in which case you might have a slightly skewed perspective from what you would see on paper. So close one eye and see, okay, on a 2-dimensional perspective, how do things shift and warp? Spend some time doing that every day, and get yourself a cheap little sketchbook or a sketchbook that makes you happy, because that's also maybe good psychology, is that if you have a sketchbook that makes you happy, you're more likely to retain the information that's kept inside of it. And literally just capture that information in little doodles. Those tiny little studies add up over time, and make huge strides in your autistic improvement. Now, one thing that we see here is that the pants are a little bit baggy, but they end basically on the knee. Now, with this particular leg, there is going to be so much tension pulling from this knee that any bagginess on the front is going to completely get stressed out of existence. So on the leading edge here, that's basically going to tuck in straight to the top of the boot, and we're not going to see any sort of wrinkling here whatsoever. But the same might not be the case for the back. Now these boot cuffs, let's see. Something like that will do the trick. There we go. Now, because we see that we've got this leg wrap sort of a thing going on here, I am putting a little bit of extra material around the ankle as well, because that makes me think that the boot is the sort that doesn't actually have any side closures, so no real straps or anything no laces or anything, so it would need to be able to go onto the foot without opening up in any way, shape, or form, so the leg wraps are actually what hold it on the calf. There we go. Now, just in case anyone was wondering, no, I did not forget about the tunic, the bottom of the tunic. I'm still getting there. Just want to get the pants in place first because the tunic has got to kind of fall on top of that. Alright, and that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. My coffee is now cold, so I'm just going to get rid of that in a big bump right now. One moment, please. If I cannot inhale it. Ack! Oh, okay. Ooh. We survived that. Just minor inhalation of hydration, not intentional. Not advisable. 0 out of 10, do not recommend. Ow. Why is it always called a bow and arrow, not an arrow and bow? Sounds kind of biased to me. Are you okay? Arrow, no, you're a bird, not a fish. Yeah, I am fine. I am fine. I promise, I'm fine. Yeah. I think there is actually a linguistic reason behind that, Boar. I think there's actually a linguistic reason behind that. To my knowledge, it's got to do with... It's either a linguistic reason or the fact that the bow is the actual weapon, and the arrow is just the ammunition. So, the bow is the thing that you hold on to, the arrow is almost... Not really, but almost disposable. There are times when they get lost, so there's that. Even though most of the time you'd want to retrieve them after losing them. But also I think linguistically it's because you're basically combining them into a single object. Having the item with the consonant in the beginning makes sense. I don't know about the linguistics on this, but yeah, it only makes sense since the bow is the tool. Yeah. You don't say bullet and gun. Yes, that's exactly Cannonball and cannon. Yeah. It makes more sense to have the actual weapon ahead of the ammunition. With, of course, the exception to the rule being the blow dart. Because, yeah. The blow dart and the blow dart tube. They kind of get combined into the single concept of it's a blow dart. Therefore, it's inferred that there is a tube that you're going to blow into to blow out the dart. You blow and therefore dart. That's the logistics that makes sense to me. And on this side, I'm going to actually want to break this one up with speed lines. I'm going to break this side up with speed lines. Inferring movement. There we go. Get that moving. Same here. What we're going to do. This arm. We're going to put the glove on after. Because this is basically the moment right after the arrow is released. The arm is still busy kind of snapping. The hand is kind of still snapping out of the release position. Because this is like milliseconds after release. So the hand will still be in motion. Alright, nearly there with the glove. Nearly there. It's amazing what you can get away with just carving away little bits here and there. Time check. We've been at this for 1 hour. So I have been a little bit slower than I would like. But I've been doing a lot of figuring things out as well, so it's fine. What on earth is happening there? Just grabbing a little bit of extra information here, like that. There we go. Alright. Now this glove is shorter. I just needed to double check if it was shorter or actually tucked under the bandage. It's actually shorter. Now, one thing with Web2-esque art is that it's actually an awful lot rougher than you think it is as soon as you zoom in. So I don't need to be too pedantic, actually, about how things are getting put together. Now let's come back to this belt and let's figure out the last stuff that needs to happen here before we do the tunic. The belt width is about like so. And the buckle, it's just inside of the boundary here. There we go. Now, one thing that I personally need to catch myself with when I'm drawing is that I want to actually show the construction on everything all the time. And practically, that is not necessary. Like, the majority of the time. It's not actually necessary. Let me just think. What's the order of operations here? Okay, so belt would probably sit out there. Peeking in. I see I got tagged. Yes, someone just wanted to know what your handle was so that they could find you. Sorry, what did I miss? Just a bunch of line art. Just a bunch of line art. Sorry. Yeah, it's just someone wanted to find you so that they could sub. I normally would not do that. I under normal circumstances would not do that. Thanks for handling the situation. Oh, it's a pleasure. Nah. You are a busy owl. I don't want to trouble you too much. Now, if I look at the way that these are attached, yeah. If I look at the way that the bags are attached here, this one is pretty straightforward. I don't need to actually worry about its attachment points in any way. You've gotten a lot of line work done though. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. I am being slower than I would have liked to have been, but we've gotten most of the way. I got a little bit pedantic here around the shoulders, so I lost a bit of time. I got a bit too pedantic about how I was handling things. But it's fine. We're slowly but certainly making headway on this. And that should be the last of that belt, because the other point of contact is obscured there on that side. Undo. There we go. Okay, so that is the majority of the torso information sorted. Okay, so now it's just the bottom of this tunic, which was also going to have a little bit of wrinkling happening here because of the lift by the leg. So it's also going to have a little bit of a tug. On this side. There we go. And trim. Right, that should cover that. Now what I need to do is I need to grab my symmetry ruler and I'm going to put it along that axis. I think that would be okay. Maybe drop it down just a smidge. There we go. And I'm going to do this inking on another layer because otherwise I'm scared I'm going to destroy something unintentionally. So let me just hide that for a moment. And just make sure that I've got the information for the tip of this bow sorted as well. And this is why I used a ruler. Almost got it. Let's see. That works, I think. I think. Let's just grab both of those and just move it up ever so slightly because I'm not entirely convinced. How's that proportional? It's a bit big on the handle. It's a bit big on the handle. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear it. And just try that again. That's a bit better. There we go. And next angle. Come on, get that curve. There we go. I'm not going to get any better than that. That looks better. That looks better. Okay. That looks better. Now, symmetry ruler off. Wait. Of course, I would have managed to draw on the symmetry ruler layer. There we go. Take you away. Okay, let's add. Sorry, accidentally hit the button of my microphone there. Sorry about that. Just a slightly different wood grain on either side, because that way it's just a bit more believably organic. There we go. Nope. Nope. Don't merge down just yet. Why? Because I've still got an error that I need to address. And that is here. That needs to get cut out. Right. Now what I want to do is I want to get rid of the parallel ruler, and I want to add a parallel ruler. And I want it to go that way, briefly. Now what I want to do is just insinuate the bowstring also in movement. Okay, get rid of the parallel ruler. Okay, there we go. Now what we can do is we can come back here and we can finish up the flow of this cape. I am going to just drop this on another layer though. Hide that sketch for a moment. Hide that sketch for a moment. Reduce that opacity for a moment. Alright, now on this side it's going to come across like that. Probably. We'll be cutting off quite a bit of this. And what I want to do is I want to pull that. Because the end goal of this picture is for it to look a little bit like it comes out of, once again, an action webcomic. And that's a hydrate. Everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. There we go. Making good progress, making good progress. So, now we get rid of everything that is going to be behind. Okay, so that is the majority of this done. So now, next up is going to be face. I think, yes. Let's get into that. Always easiest to start with the nose, because then you've got the direction that everything is happening properly mapped out, easy to follow. And now what I want to see is, I'm not happy with this eyebrow at all, actually. Something is not vibing here. Like the angle was wrong. When in doubt, simplify. Others. Something like that. There we go. That's a start. Although I'm not 100% convinced about the entire angle here. Let's just put it here and just... That looks a bit better. Change angle there. Yeah, that looks better. In totality, happiness is. Ooh, I love the focused expression. Yay! I'm glad. I'm glad. Ooh. Change the angle of that so I'm less likely to headbutt it every 3 seconds. Please and thank you. Now, Let's just think here. Shorthand. Something like that. Right now, the top of the ear is not actually critical information. Proportionally, I think the number of times that I've actually drawn Vol with his hair in its normal static state is 1. 1 out of the pictures that I recall actually finished. I think I've posted 1, 2, 3 that I finished. I started a couple of sketches that I scrapped at the end, but... And this is number 4. Yeah. So, only 1 out of 4, have I actually drawn Phil with his hair in his static pose. And the last time that happened was, previous birthday. And that was just the quickest of doodles that I still feel bad about how little time I actually spent on it. That was the only time that I've actually drawn his hair in a static, normal pose. Literally every other time it's just been wildly flying around or tied up in strange ways. Literally every other time. I'm still obsessed with the one you drew him in a chair with a cup of tea. Such a beautiful angle too. Yay! I'm glad you still enjoy that one. I still think it's one of my best works. Today. I still think it's one of my best drawings. To date. I'm very fond of that one too. Nope, that's not right for here. Okay, so here I've got to make an adjustment because otherwise tangent. Okay, almost got this. Nearly there. Not convinced with this, not convinced with this. Take two. That'll do the trick. That'll do the trick. Okay. Okay, getting there, getting there, getting there. Now, transfer down. I'm going to start adding in some extra line work, or some extra line weight, which is basically going to be used to just define things a little bit more. Just add a little bit more drama to everything. And undo, undo, undo. Mirror scaling. There we go. Okay, Actually, I think I'm going to do it this way. Just adds a little bit more drama before we even get into lighting anything. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. Now, we've still got to just do these rivets, and there's two buckles that we're still missing, and the brooch that's still missing. Let's do brooch first. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. What's bugging me is that we're not getting any creases here. So we see tension on the back side of the fabric without actually getting payoff on where those are pulling away from. Okay. I think we've got it there. Now what I want to do, let's just hide this for a second. Let's just see. Definitely adds, merge down. Okay. So we've almost got our inks layer sorted. Let's just do our plumie. And that's a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Okay, that's that. Now, let's see. Still not happy with the placement of this wing. I'll sort that momentarily. For now, let me just get this right. I want to do this. Time check. It is 10 o'clock UTC. Okay. Now, let me think. Reduce that opacity. We're gonna have one, two, three. Well, should be okay for that. Alright. And I'm gonna do shorthand feathers, not for render. Natsu! I rewound it a bit to see the full sketch, and oh my gosh, Harrier, you're setting the kitchen on fire again! Ah, thank you, Natsu! Hope you're doing okay. Thank you for stopping back again. Yeah, I'm gonna do the shorthand on the feathers because, I don't want it to be out of character for the rest of my manga or webtoonish art style. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give landmarks in key places. Okay, it's going to mostly be covered by the forehead feather when I put that in. And now I need to remember, when it comes to the feathers that come from the wrist to the elbow, they angle back toward the elbow. Before the shawls over there. Okay. Now, I'm just gonna do a little bit of rotation here so that I can rotation, not zoom. There we go. So that I've got a slightly easier line. I'm just gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then from here upright, there we go. I'm not happy with the posture of this other wing at all, actually. Again, still not happy. Still not happy. So, hide it. Show here. Okay, we're gonna resketch this again. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come over here. Get rid of that. Hide you. So our elbow is going to be here. Wrist is going to be here. It's going to put you at something like that ish. Getting the feathers to bend upwards. Keith Manta, good afternoon today, Harrier. Hello, hello, welcome in. How goes? Wrong brush. That brush. Like that. Ought to do the trick, yeah. That ought to do the trick. Okay. It's going well. I did some practice drawings on different leg types the other day and a random creature design. Ooh, fun. Fun, fun, fun. One of these days it'll be time to do another creature design again on the channel, but we'll see when that happens. So now, why do I get the feeling I still haven't done the buckle that is here beneath this brooch that we see on the left-hand side of my screen? I don't think we have. Let me just finish this feather. Okay, stop being pedantic, Harrier. Zoom out. I've not done either of those buckles. No, I have not done either of those buckles. So this one sits here. There we go, and on this side. Oh, this one has not got a cross on the back. Oh, hello, that's unusual. I'll take the advantage and use that to give us a little bit more drama over here on that lighting. And on this side, that's going to be like so. Okay. That works in terms of line weights. Yes, yes, yes. Am I missing anything? Am I missing anything? Am I missing anything? Yes, I'm still missing the leg wraps. Still missing the leg wraps. Okay. I'll get there. I'll get there. Let's just give this Plumie a tail, and I'm not actually going to show the talons. I don't think I'm going to show the talons. Now let me just remember quickly. I believe with tail feathers, what's the order of operations? What's the order of operations? Let me just go. Just grab a reference here quickly just to check. Okay, yes, it is. Outer edges leading is on top. I'm not completely insane yet. Now what I want to do is I want to just make a little bit of a tweak here because I'm not 100% happy. Clear that. Alright, now let me just get this line nicer again. There we go. Let me clear that. Okay, so now we've just got to do leg wraps, the arrow, and indicators for the eyes, or the outlines for the eyes, and then we should be good here. So the productivity aspect of the week has been going well, but I'm pretty sure I got a mild case of food poisoning since I believe Wednesday or Thursday. It's very painful. Oh no, hey nah, that's less than pleasant. I wish you a swift recovery. Okay, so now we've got 2 diagonal around down the front from outboard to inboard. Down. And 3 from inboard to outboard that start higher up. Okay, same on this side. Now, let me just think here quickly. Because we don't actually have visual information for what's happening on the back. Or where these are originating from. So if I'm to assume that that goes around That'll be 1 continuous. No, that ain't gonna fly. That ain't gonna fly. How do these work? How do these work? How do these work? Undo. This is where one takes the webtoon trick into account and makes it such that you don't need to think too hard. Now we'll have like that. Which currently looks very confusing even to me. Okay, so now it's just the arrow. Okay, now what I want to do is I'm gonna hide this and just put our arrow in focus here. And I'm going to have a radial ruler, I think, yes? Radial ruler. Let's put that over there. off screen. So that let's just reduce that opacity. now we hide the radial ruler. Get the warp on this shaft as it begins to oscillate through the air. And I want to add a parallel ruler that way. There we go. And that's a hydrate, so everyone. Acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Okay. Like that. Joshua, heyo heyo, welcome in. How's it going, Joshua? Okay, I'm gonna put the arrow on its own in its own layer group. Let's go group, pull this one arrow. And I'm actually going to separate the Plumie into its own layer as well, in its own group. Just in case I want to process it differently, which I likely will. So group, Plumie, and Rook. Oh. Okay. Radial line goes away. Boomy goes away. Grab here. Rename this to inks. Add a layer. Full. Copy. Paste. Paste. Move the inks on top. Move the inks on top. Move the inks on top. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a little green here. It's just an on-theme color. Grab everything outside. Actually, I've still got one little issue I want to resolve here. Because I'm not happy with that. Slowly but certainly, we are making headway. Okay. Alright, that ought to do the trick there. Okay, now let's try this again. Grab outside. Grab outside, grab outside, grab outside, grab outside, grab outside. Okay, there's some errors that I'm going to need to repair, but it's fine. Expand by 1 pixel and invert and fill. Now I can see what I've got and what I need to fix. So we come over here. Undo. Okay, I want that one. Alright. Now we're gonna grab that. And let's just fill it within one neutral color. Let's go with that gray. Just so that I can differentiate what I'm looking at here. Okay, hide fill to me. Grab outside. Close gap. Bring that bigger. Okay, expand by 1. Invert and fill. There we go. That should be clean. That should be clean. Okay, we're good. Clear me is sorted. Now let's figure out this arrow. If I go select outside. This one I'm going to treat differently. This one I'm going to work with like so. Alright, we are getting there. Now, next thing that I want to do is I want to figure out what I want to do for this background, because I actually haven't gotten that far yet. I do want to do something. This is begging, obviously, for speed lines. I'm thinking. If I go and make, let me just hide the radial ruler again. If I make a folder and call this one background, what I want to do is I want to go and I want to sort of, I'm going to just steal that green because that looks like a good green. Make that brush huge. There we go, that ought to do the trick. Now grab another color like that. What I want to do is I want to make that greener and darker. Greener and darker. Still. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to add some indications. Of trees. These are very, very rough because I'm going to be destroying them and completely hiding the majority of what we're seeing here. So I'm not pedantic about it. grab some orange, scatter that for some leaf litter information as well. Dial that up. Really muddy this up a little bit over here first before we do anything else. Grab this. Let's go with mum. Really just muddying up colours a little bit. For terrain. Okay. There we go. Now, filter, blur, motion blur. What I want to do is I want to make that a significant change, and I want it to be, let's put this on 0 and see which direction that wants to go. I should not have hit the enter button. But the enter button was in fact in the correct direction, so I'm okay. When 0 was in fact the correct angle to work at it for this. Okay, cool. Now what we can do is I want to add some magic explosions around here. Maybe some wild fireballs flying around, because that puts us in this really action-esque combat scenario. So I'm just going to use this brush actually, because it's got some nice texture to it. Then grab here, and I want painterly blender. See, how does this behave? Yeah, it's okay, I guess. Let me just use the other thing around this one's gonna be the one I'm after, I think. Yeah, this is Old Faithful. Useful, okay. Actually, I'm going to take this one away. Alright, now what I want to do is I want to put this on. Yes, yeah, glow dot is not exactly what I'm looking for. Glow dot isn't exactly what I'm going for. Add glow. That's better. That's better. It's a good foundation for what I'm going to throw on top of that. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab, not red, but orange. And I'm actually going to go with this brush. I'm actually going to put that on top of everything. There we go. Hide you. Now I know this looks really wild and messy right now. promise it's going to look better in a minute. A kind of a no-plan approach is really great when working with fire. Now what we're going to go and do is we're going to go duplicate, filter, blur, Gaussian, and let's just dial that up to duplicate. Okay, that ought to do the trick for that. And now we do this again. David Drawlers, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? Just adding more information to the interior of this fire. What are we working on? I'm currently doing a fan art of this guy over here. His name is Wilhelm van der Bos. He is a VTuber from Glooby. And this week past, they released these alternative outfits as part of an event that is going on for, or in preparation for, or in collaboration with the Expo. And I really liked the ranger look, so I really wanted to draw it. And so, yeah, that's what we're working on today. Now what I want to do, now what I want to do is I want to actually merge those down. I want to merge those down. And I want to go lock opacity. Hide you. Grab you. And what I want to do is I want to add a gradient. Go from foreground to background, yes. Let's go. Nope, not that. Why did I have it on that shape? There we go. Nice, I really love the design too. Yeah, Wilhelm actually designed it himself, and it's a really nice design. It is so webtoon coded. I could not resist doing something webtoon-esque with it. Okay, so that is our background. I'm pretty happy with that, more or less. Now, what we need to do, we desperately want a little bit of Ember. Okay, duplicate, filter, blur, Gaussian. There we go. I'm going to get rid of that parallel ruler because I'm not going to use it anymore, I don't think. No? No, I'm not. Now what I want to do is want to grab... Is this brush going to do the trick? I think maybe, probably. Okay. Let's go radial line. There we go. Also, how do you manage to draw the anatomy with a very expressive perspective? That's really impressive. I am so glad. Thank you very, very much. I started... Let me just collapse, collapse, and collapse. And show you what my sketches were like. So, this was where we started. Very, very rough gesture, just to get an idea of, okay, what do we want out of the picture? And from there, it was a little bit of refinement. With the perspective on here, the major indicator of the perspective was actually the arrow, more than anything else. Between the arrow and the bird, those were the two things that gave us the most perspective as far as actual objects which a perspective were applied to is concerned. We have a little bit of foreshortening on the arm holding the bow, which we just accounted for a little bit when we were doing our construction. But really the arrow is actually the thing that carries it. So I have a radial ruler over here, all the way out of off screen, to basically act as a single point perspective grid that on our arrow gives us our speed lines in terms of where the arrow is headed. And basically everything is more or less headed in that direction. Like even the plumie that is not 100% facing the same way as the arrowhead is still facing our little ruler or shot, so it's all adding up in the end. I want to put this on a multiply. But yeah, so what we're busy doing now is we're just adding a little bit of information to the ground. I'm not actually happy with that, actually. Yuck, that looks gross. So, radial ruler off here. Add a little bit of character shadow. Make it even darker. Filter, blur, motion blur. Both directions. There we go. So, this is going to basically... I want to go and add an overlay to this. I want to just tint everything redder. Start with this. Okay, not quite that red. Not quite that red. Let's desaturate a bit. And add a mask. No, let's not have the mask. Delete the mask. Reduce that opacity. Okay. Not happy with that. That went wrong. That went very wrong. But that is a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. I'm going to just roll like that again. Okay, that looks a bit better. That looks a bit better. And now this, let's go. Do I even need this? I'm gonna keep it, I think. Add. It's just lining awkwardly. Okay, anyway. Hydrates. Hydrates. Okay. So now we've got our background that is looking nice and dynamic. Because why? Action scenes are fun. I mean, we can't exactly have a guy leaping to the side while shooting arrows and not have it be in a scenario where it makes sense for him to be doing that. Yes, okay. So now what we can do is we can actually start doing our flat colors. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just come over here and I'm just going to start by blocking out parts that are skin. I'm going to hide the arrow for a bit. That's all the skin we can see, yes? No? I have to go to bed now, but it's been really fun to watch your art process. Looks amazing so far. Can't wait to see the finished piece. Alright, thank you so much, Miri, and I really, really appreciate your being here. It was super fun having the Plumies around, so if you guys need to go to sleep, I understand, and I appreciate you spending your time with us. So yes, I probably am actually going to finish this tonight, because we have got about an hour left that I can still afford to stream. And from this point, it goes fast. From this point in the process, it goes fast. So, thank you all so much for joining, and rest well, Miri. I appreciate you dropping by. But yes, we are not done with the stream yet. We're not done yet. Miri likely can't see, but night says Seal from Twitch. Okay, so next color that I need to grab is going to be, I think it's this. Is this the same as this? Yes, it is. Okay, so that's the inside of the cloak. I'm going to use this with my lasso. bell because I think that's maybe going to save me a little bit of headaches. Also, your commentary sounds very eloquent. Thank you! Thank you. I appreciate it. I want a fold here because this needs to be on the cloak interior color still. Yeah. Nope. And then the same over here. And actually, the quiver is also going to be this color. Quiver is also going to be this color. I know I haven't actually drawn any arrows left in here, but I actually think that that says something because it almost gives the feeling like the arrow that's loosing at the moment is the last arrow. It's like, okay, this is the money shot. If this one doesn't hit the guy that's shooting fireballs at me, then I've got no chance here. So I think that's just a little bit of storytelling, a couple of stakes thrown into the mix. Stakes. Ooh, stakes. Steak sounds good. Steak sounds good. Nearly there with the belts. Okay. Okay. I think I actually confirmed my theory. If you're gonna fall in style. Yeah, gotta make the shot count. Gotta make the last shot count. Yeah, but earlier on I theorized that this cloak is actually tailored because the amount of drape hanging behind there is much less than the amount of fabric that needs to close around the shoulder to be able to get that amount of bagginess there. And now that I look at it, there is a color discrepancy between what's happening in the hood here and what's happening in the back of the fabric over here, which tells me there is in fact another piece of cloth in the mix, which means I am not wrong. Wahahaha. Oi. Wrong color. There we go. That's the right one. Sounds like you've also been down the rabbit hole for cloaks. Oh yes, I love cloaks. And generally, when you are drawing these things, you kind of need to pick up one or two things about the construction in order to make them look right. Oh, whoa, fire. Yes, big fire. And there's more to come. I'm a pyromaniac. If I weren't an alien, I'd be a fire elemental. That's for sure. Could be a fire alien. Ever seen Ben 10? I've not seen Ben 10, but I am vaguely aware of the fact that fire aliens are a thing in Ben 10. I don't know how. I am aware of that. I don't know why Ben 10 has even crossed my path of reality, because it's not something I would interact with. Frankly. Like, it's just one of those media that kind of I just kind of missed in its entirety. And yet, somehow, I find people who draw fan art of it every now and again. So one becomes vaguely aware of things that may or may not be canon. Wrong color on the trousers. Wrong color on the trousers. It's supposed to be that. You might be thinking of the reboot if you've seen the recent version. It's an art style that looks more like a children's show, if you understand what I mean. I'm personally not a fan. Ah. Yeah. I'm aware that there are multiple versions. And that they have a tendency to, when you've got hit kids shows, they tend to make versions for younger kids as well, and then those are usually not so great. So I'm aware that there are multiple versions of Ben 10 as well, but once again, I'm not... Yeah, I'm also not target audience. I am... Yeah. Definitely not target audience. There were multiple shows, but all except the most recent were actually made with the same continuity. It follows Ben from tween to young adult. Oh, okay. Yeah. The Omnitrix is one of the coolest pieces of Quantum technology ever. I'm guessing that's the shapeshifter watch that's kind of the thing. Like, the shapeshifter watch is about the only thing I know about Ben 10 lore. And yes, it is cool. Yeah, short explanation. It can access DNA from nearly any sentient species in the universe and transform the user into peak specimen of that species. Ooh. Okay, that is OP. Every sentient species in the universe, wow. That's a lot. That's OP. There are a bunch of other functions too, depending on the version of the Omnitrix you're talking about, some of which are even more OP. Oh wow. That must have been an interesting thing to write, because the potential for absurd levels of power creep in that sounds immense. Over 1 billion DNA samples, the most powerful one had to date being an alien called Alien X, who can and has remade the universe after being destroyed. Oh wow. Well, the one he starts with is basically a prototype version of it, with a bunch of restrictions and downsides, like a time limit, not actually giving him the instincts to know what each alien is capable of. The later version is actively rated by some of those. Okay. Yeah. Now, it makes sense, writing-wise, to put limits on things. Especially for a series that is supposed to cover a person's, basically, entire developing life. If they know everything off the bat, then it's not exactly peak entertainment. He also only starts with 10 aliens, hence the name. Ah, okay. That explains a couple of things. Well, there aren't that many downsides, actually. If anything, the best way to describe it is that the Omnitrix is permanently stuck in free trial mode until he eventually unlocks its master control. Okay. I have learnt more about Ben 10 lore in the last 15 minutes than I ever expected to know in my entire life. The Omnitrix gets into some crazy territory and power scaling conversations and debates. For instance, the watch can also scan and incorporate new DNA that it hasn't have yet. So what would happen if Ben scanned Superman and transformed into a Kryptonian? Ooh. Yeah, I can see that being an interesting conversation. Funnily enough, you have the same color patterns as the Omnitrix, the original one at least. Oh. Oh. That's an interesting coincidence. That's a very interesting coincidence. Okay. Huh. Well, what do you know? We're almost there with rolls flats. No. Okay, fine. Okay, we're getting there. So now we've just got to do more gold and studs. It was the old, I don't know. Depending on how you argue it and which version of the watch, he could be stronger than Superman. Wow, it was the ultimate I want the thing from this show as a kid. Ah, I can believe that. I can believe that. That explains why it was a big enough thing so that even my country got merch of it. That explains a few things. Okay. While the Omnitrix would give Ben the best version of a Kryptonian in biology terms, so yeah, it would be stronger than Superman once he masters the power as well. With the Dragon's Balls, you could wish for an Omnitrix. Oh no! This is getting interesting. Wow. Okay. Would you like to try watching Ben 10 one day? Well, by the sounds of it, it looks like it might be something that's worth looking at for a watch-along. It might be. I mean, I don't think I'd watch it on my own if I wasn't doing a watch-along at this stage, mostly because I don't think I'd be able to validate putting the time aside for it. But it definitely does sound like it's got a lot of lore crafting behind it, so it does sound like it could potentially be something for that. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the dark color first. So just fill everything on the hair. Even though it's not the correct color. If only because Wilhelm's hair color and skin color are so similar that otherwise I'm not going to be able to see what I'm doing. Because why? Contrast is useful. Contrast is very, very useful. I won't bore you too much with the extensive lore and abilities, but you might find it interesting that in the show, while the Omnitrix was sought by the villain as the ultimate weapon, it was originally built as a tool to foster peace by letting people step into another species' shoes. Ah, yes, okay. By the sound of it, I think Harry could be very well interested in learning the lore and the world building of the show. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I love a good world build, and if it's got a solid plot supporting the world build, and the world build is actually relevant to the plot, then I get invested. Because it means it makes sense. It means it makes sense. Like, it's kind of pointless having this epic world build that has absolutely nothing to do with the plot, right? Man, you're very talented. Oh, thank you. Sorry to say, for I'm impressed by how much you did in such a short amount of time. Yeah, this is we're currently at the 3 hour and 17 minute mark. And if I was doing this in a webtoon, this would have been taking way too long already. I should have actually been done. If I was doing this for a webtoon, then I've actually overcooked how much time I'm allowed to allocate to this panel. Yep. I think you're doing rather well either way, but webtoons get insane time restraints. Yeah. And I think when it comes to doing webtoon style art, trying to keep to those restraints really helps you really nail it. Because look, sure, a A-list webtoon that is studio produced will usually have a team of like at least 3 people working on it. The author, who is usually the storyboarder, inker, and sketcher, basically. And then you'll have a colorist who sometimes helps with backgrounds, and you'll have someone who helps with backgrounds and lettering. So, okay. Now he's looking a little bit more himself. I mean, Darkheadville is interesting on its own, but yeah. Okay, I missed a paragraph here. Okay, wow. I forgot how we even got to Ben 10 in the first place. It started with Fire Alien. Oh, yeah, no, it's cool. It's all good. It's all good. That's what the art of conversation is about. It's like picking on something and then rolling with the tangents that roll up, isn't it? I can assure you the show is not a Breath of the Wild. There's a lot of world building to the point where we have ads and bumpers dedicated to giving a more extensive explanation of the behaviors and lifestyles of some of the aliens and men's omnitrix. Okay. Probably the only upside I think that the reboot did. Okay. I was wondering why you fill in multiple parts with the same color, but you already answered the question with the contrast. Yeah. Because it's just that those two are so close together that if I just do a stripe out of nowhere, I can tell there's a difference with the hue, but it's so slight. I cannot see. I could not see that. Okay, now I need a smaller brush. Now, one day, I will learn to not color Wilhelm's hair on a single layer. One day. Because the overlaps are something else. I think one of the features in your software, right, where it has the bounds where you can brush it all in or something like that without coloring past the line. Yes, there is actually a tool like that. Yes, you're quite right. I don't actually have one of those enabled because I don't find the calculations 100% fit half of my brushes. So I don't actually use it. But I've found a workflow that pretty much usually solves the problem anyway, so... This is supposed to be a gap. And this is supposed to be a gap. And that's the hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Okay, that is a ban. That is a ban on YouTube. Remove. Hide user on this channel. Okay. Right, I need to fix that bot, because why? It has never worked fully. Luckily I've not needed to ban enough people to remember. I need to fix it. But I still need to fix it. The streamer bot syntax still doesn't altogether make sense to me. But we're getting there, we're getting there. Now, yeah. Grab this. Get rid of some extras. There we go. Now, yeah. Expand by 1. I look away for a second and someone goes sicko mode in the chat. Yeah, no, just a bot promoting a book. That's instant ban. So, Okay, there we go. Well, bots be bots. Not the worst that could happen. No, it's also not the worst bot that can get, that can make a sudden and unwelcome appearance. Like, I'm no bot defender by any means, but it could have been a worse bot, right? I should probably hit the save button at this point. Clankers make good trebuchet animation? They do. Okay. We are making progress. Okay, save. We literally just hit the save button a second ago. I had not yet drawn another stroke since hitting the save button. Okay. But thank you for the reminder, Si. Nope. Close gap. Close gap more. Okay, here. I want this color. Okay, that's that. And now we save again. Now we save again. There we go. Okay. So far, so good. So far, so good. Now let's look at the bow. There we go. Okay, there we go. Bow in place. Bow in place. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to grab white again. And lock opacity here. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to grab my inks brush again. And I just want to close this off a little. Okay, we are making good progress. Making good progress. Okay. We're nearly there, we're nearly there. Now what I want to do, I can now flatten the hair down. Unlock. I want to grab a red, like that. Fill, clip, multiply, reduce opacity. Okay. So now he's a little bit more in the space. And now what I want to do is I want to grab a lowish saturation blue. Multiply. I just want to check how that behaves. I think that'll do the trick, yeah. Okay. This is just adding another layer of depth here. Let me just hide that for a second. Hide the background for a second. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop this in that mode so that I can see a little bit more clearly exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, what I want to do is I want to go like that. Something along those lines. It's already looking a little bit more polished. And this is still in the wrong color mode. But that's fine. We're getting there. And here is a perfect opportunity for soften. There we go, there we go. Okay, that should do it for our rough shade. So now if we switch this back to color layer, our background back on. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. Now what I want to do is I want to put a mask on here. And I want to kind of erase out parts, I think. Is that gonna look wrong? That's gonna look wrong. So delete the mask, we're not gonna use it. Okay. Let's talk about it. Thank you for the save. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How goes? I've been fasting today. Oh. I'm feeling like I haven't eaten all day. Oh. Mainly because I haven't. Yeah. Oof. Hope you're okay. Anywho, how are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I am pretty happy with progress on today's picture. We are once again drawing Wilhelm van der Bos from Globey. This time in alternate universe outfit. Because Archer Owl was just too perfect to not draw. I have a weak spot for archers. I have a weak spot for archers, I will admit this. And when it's your owlshi, what is a girl supposed to do? When they make your owlshi your ultimate weakness as far as combat tropes go, it's like yeah. Eh? What? Why is that on that layer? Oh no, it's not on that layer. It just looks like it is. I love the bowstring, by the way. Oh, thank you, thank you. We haven't seen the arrow yet. Eek. We are very, very, very close to being done with this. I am actually now in overtime. We are very close to entering the 4th hour of this illustration. If this were for a webtoon, I would be 2 hours over production budget for this panel. But it's fine. The 4th hour of the 24-hour stream. How exciting! No, I think if I had to spontaneously decide to do a 24-hour stream, the members of my household would go on strike. Or at least give me such a firm talking to, because I have slept so poorly this last week. Like, so drastically poorly, actually. I'm somewhat surprised that I've still got energy for this day. Like, I had a 2-hour nap this afternoon. I had a 2-hour nap this afternoon. But the night before I only got 3 hours of sleep. And that has been a recurring theme literally the entire week. So, yeah. But that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Still, it looks so good. Yay! What I want to do is I want to go duplicate this. And I want to go filter, blur, Gaussian. There we go. And I want to make that blow dodge. Yes, that's the one. Okay. So that's our rim light. More of a night owl than a day harrier recently, getting the mindset of your subject. I've always been that way, actually. It's just that because of circumstances, really, and needing to supposedly fit in with human society, and the hours at which they operate. I know, terrible reasoning, isn't it? I've been conscious for some hours during the day in my actual time zone to interact with my family, who I share a house with, is maybe not the worst thing. Human society is overrated. This is true. This is true. But I kind of like my family, so I do want to spend a little bit of time with them, at the very least. joke, mostly probably. Who will ever know? Well, we are talking to a supervillain, anything is possible. Okay, okay, now we duplicate this. Glow dodge, filter, blur, Gaussian. There we go. Normal. Grab that color. You want out. Okay, tiny cat wants out. Okay. Tiny cat is out of the room. Okay. Tiny cat is out of the room. He wanted out. Let feline mayhem reign upon the land. Well, at the very least, the food bowl, because Tiny Cat is definitely not as chaotic as Chaotic Cat. Chaos Cat is a whole nother kettle of fish. He is just wild. Tiny Cat is just weird, but he's not destructive weird. Maybe like a square foot or two of land. Maybe. No. It's too sharp. Let's try it. Let's try this one more time. Undo, undo, undo. Nope. Okay, it does need to be a great object. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab this color instead. And I'm gonna make it 40%. 50%. Okay. Just a little bit of material line here. Okay. Now, I'm not gonna procrastinate anymore. I've got to do the eyes and the teeth. So, first things first, teeth. Okay, now let me do irises. Okay, lock that opacity. Then, Keith Minter, how's everything so far? So far, so good. So far, so good. like so. Oi. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to just grab this, just slightly shade in, like that. And grab white. There we go. That's that part. I might add this bit of scuff still. We'll figure it out. Might still add some scuff. But yes, so we are now a significant way through the process. Julia. So next, our arrow. Over here. Now let's see. What is our steel color here? Lock opacity. Really? Wrong color? At the last moment. Oh well. Okay, now plumage. Radial ruler off. Now what I want to do is I want to grab that and paste. Delete the mask because I don't need it. Copy the glow dodge. Put that on top there. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to duplicate the layer, the arrow, hide the one, merge selected, filter, blur, motion blur, change the angle, change the strength. Okay, got it. Now what I want to do is here, apply that motion blur at increased strength levels. Okay. Is that Biden? Hello, hello, welcome in. Now what I want to do is I want to duplicate this, and I want to grab white again and fill, and I want to offset this slightly. Unlock, filter, blur, motion. Want to angle that slightly more that way. Okay, and now I can get rid of this. Reduce that opacity, and now duplicate, Merge selected. Pull to the motion. Strength down. There we go, there we go. Not quite satisfied yet. I want a redder light. A little bit paler. There we go. Ah, that'll do, that'll do, that'll do. Okay. Now what I want is to color our plumie and then throw another fireball over the top. Alternatively. You know what? I think I've got an idea of how I want to handle this. Okay. Let's just start with filling our plumie in the right color. I'm free from work finally! Oh my gosh, it looks beautiful, by the way. Yay, I'm so glad, I'm so glad. We're getting there, we are getting there. There we go, getting there. No, 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 no. There we go, there we go. Now. Okay, that works, that works, that works. Now, here. And that's a hydrate, so everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverages. And let us take a sip. Okay, there we go, there we go. Okay, that is about as much sense as I'm going to make that make. Okay, now, this is gonna be a good color for nictitating eyelids. And then this guy has black sclera. Actually, what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start by grabbing a very, very dark green instead. And it would help if I were on my hard-edged brush instead of the soft-edged brush for that job. Thank you. Now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to hit the full button. Lock that opacity. Grab the dark color again. There we go. Actually, can afford one step lighter before we go there. I want to make that really pop. And we can grab now a color for the inside of the mouth. And then I'm gonna actually use my color for my boots, because it was actually pretty much exactly this color. Just easier to grab. Yes. Which ironically happens to be exactly the same color as the beak on the kind of harrier that I am designed after. Funny how that works. I'll head to sleep now, but it was really lovely to see your channel and stream. Thank you, David. Okay. Go and rest well. I'm so glad friendly fire isn't on, otherwise the angle of that bow, the arrow would have hit. Yeah. Yeah. This is just after releasing the shot, so there would be a little bit of follow through from the direction of movement that the hand is going in. And also a little bit of shockwave travel into the bow as well. So you can imagine that there is a bit of a twisting motion happening going towards the person he's firing at. So if you can see his direction of motion is that way, in order to get speed, he would have had his torso facing, or he would have been facing his direction of travel. But in order to fire the shot, you need to do a sudden twist. And that's going to have some follow through in terms of momentum on the arm. After fire, after loosing the arrow. So... Okay, now we need yeah, that. Let's go at the. No. Let's go dodge. Now what we do is over here, use that size. Nope, nope, no, no, no. Not this way. Mask. Now we trim. Just get a sense of that transparency or translucency. Of a upward cast shadow. On the inside of those feathers. Okay, then we need add glow. There we go. And up here. Okay. Happy with a Klumi. Okay. Now we need to do this. Group. Collapse. Duplicate. Hide the original. Group. Collapse. Duplicate. Hide the original. Merge selected. Merge selected. Blur. Reduce that. Undo, 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 undo. Hey. Now what I want to do just add a couple of speed lines. Techie Techie! Hello, hello! Welcome in. How are you? Doing good! Doing good! Our fan art is going well. Yeah, I know you typed gardening implement. I read it as how because I know it was a typo. Just slightly like that. Sorry, today has been mixed feelings and my texting skills are worse than a newborn's. Fun fact, E and W are right next to each other on the keyboard. Yeah, I understand. Don't worry. Don't worry. I figured it was typo. I figured it was typo. Sorry, it is. It's okay. It's okay. And reduce that a little bit more. Okay, what I do want is... I want a little bit of black debris as well. I'm really sorry. No. I understood what you meant. I figured it was a typo. Don't worry. He's okay. To top my dough, the elderly people in my city consider me a criminal. Why? I've not a single clue. Oh no. That's less than pleasant. That is questionable information on the best of days. Let's not continue down that line of thought, shall we? If you are in fact a criminal, I do not want to know about it. Let's just not have this conversation. Because I do not want to be liable for anything that I know about. Actually, it's only because my motorcycle is loud. They think I'm a bad person because of it. Cause it's stuck to the last bolt. Oh, okay. Loud motorbike. Yeah. Just... You will earn all of the brownie points if you just don't sit and rev it. Just don't sit and rev it and make it unnecessary and be show-offish about it. But some machinery is just loud. If you can avoid riding it at like 10 o'clock at night, that's also helpful. I'm very tempted to put some... Hold up. I just want to read something real quick. All rangers gain access to a list of spells at second level. Okay. What spells do rangers have access to? Ooh. Conjure volley. Oh, that'll work. Some people have addiction here for ruining days, but I don't want to dampen the mood, so yeah. Are those gamer glasses? No. They are prescription. They are prescription daily wear readers. They're prescription daily wear glasses. Okay, so let's roll with that. That sounds really cool, actually. I'm gonna grab green. And what I'm gonna do what I want to do. I want to add a low layer here. From there, slight glow to the eyes as well. Like this. No, undo that. Now what I want to do is I want to add a little bit of an overlay to this. Okay. Okay, now what I want to do Now let's duplicate this and put it in a group. Okay. Alter, blur, Gaussian. Okay, lock that opacity, grab that color. And that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Okay. Now we grab this and duplicate. Or after putting it in the folder again. So now we go duplicate. Grab both of them. Duplicate. No, not delete. Why are duplicate and delete next to each other? Alphabetical ordering is not helping. Okay. 8 of these should work. 8 of these should work. Where is this one? Ah, what's it? Okay, that'll work, that'll work. Now what I want to do is I want to reduce that opacity. No. Color dodge. Color dodge. Aglo. Aglo. Okay. Teo! Hello, hello, and welcome in, Raiders! Hello, hello, my name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. And we are very close to finished with a certain illustration. Welcome in, everyone! Hello, hello, hello. How was stream, Teo? Zeno, thank you so much for the follow. Greatly, greatly appreciated. How was stream? Okay, it's this one. Let me put this on top. Okay. RimWorld have been going over a grand story. Ah, I see, I see, I see. And how has this grand story been unfolding? Prim, thank you so, so much for the follow. Greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. I'm the crafter of armor and weapons, married to my job. Understandable. The Blades, we've settled in a citadel of our own. We've recruited the remnants of the Moon Elves and some other kin, but the Tigrans stand firm in our mission to locate and retrieve the Artifacts 3. Families have been made, and the Holy Grail is within our grasp. Oh my word. It sounds like you've been busy. Sure. Wow. I have an heir fully grown. Ah! Fun! Indeed, I shall be suiting up the forces of the Holy Grail quest. Ooh, fun, fun, fun. The Tigran and the Elves have their own preset weapons and outfits. Ooh. This one needs to be towards the bottom, because it is the lowest one. Followed by this one, because it is in the middle of nowhere. And then that should be one. Just reordering my arrows so that I can actually tell which one is which. Okay, I know which ones are which now. Yay! Okay, okay, okay. Phew. Now then, I want you. Now I want you. Okay. Then You? Yes, you. Alright, there we go. Nope, no, 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 no. This needs to come down a little bit. There we go. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to duplicate this again. And I want to fill it entirely, like so. No, no, wrong one, wrong one, wrong one. Lock opacity first. Lock opacity first. Okay. Whew, that was nearly destruction. Now, filter, blur, motion blur. More. Okay. Duplicate. Lock. All with the green. Make an add. There we go. Magic arrows. There we go. Magic arrows. There we go. Now we're starting to get somewhere. Now we're starting to get somewhere. So with this, we can start adding in a little bit of extra information. There we go. Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go. Now what I want to do is I kind of want to take some of these and just reduce their opacity a bit more in uneven amounts. Okay, to just give the sense of them not actually all together being there. Just a little bit more. Collapse that one down. Get rid of the second layer in all of these because I'm not happy with it yet. I want to redo the glowies here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to collapse, 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 collapse. Grab all of those and go merge selected layers. Okay. Duplicate. Filter. Blur. Gaussian. Big blur. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Okay. now what I want to do is increase that opacity. And I want to come back to where is this one? Yeah. Okay. Grab this again. Now I want to add a couple more of these ethereal floaties around here so that it's a little bit more obvious. That they are connected to what is glowing in our archer's hand. There we go. Getting there, getting there. Okay. So. Oi. I think we are very, very, very much nearing the finish line here. What I do want to do, though, is I see that our Plumie is getting a little bit lost in the tree line. I don't like that. So I feel like we need a splash of something. We need a splash of something more here. Let's see. Let's add a little bit of a green overworld glow, I guess. Now I want to just test this because I'm feeling like I'm losing information. I feel like I'm losing information. So, add a new layer, grab white and fill. I know it's gonna burn a bit. Okay. So, we're getting there, but what I think needs to happen is we need to actually lighten up our background quite significantly because what is happening is that we've not got enough contrast going on. So you know what? Clear that. Dial that opacity up. Grab you. And grab you. Okay, and let's go gradient down. Alright, we're starting to get somewhere. So now we can actually see our actual characters, which helps. Now what I want to do is I want to grab our green again. And I want to grab these, and I actually want to put them behind. Well, I want to put them behind it, between him and the background, I think. That's better. That's a start. That's a start. Okay. Now, motion scale. Let's just see. Color stretch. Let's make that 5. Okay, that's getting there. That's getting there. I'm not now happy with I'm now not happy with a major thing. So, firstly, clear the speed lines because I'm not happy with them. Grab everything here. And let me just adjust this again because I'm still not happy with where this arrow is pointing. Something like this. Getting there, getting there, getting there. Like that. That looks a bit better, I think. Now it just needs my computer to catch up with me. Okay, we're getting there. We are so close to completion on this one. Ah! There we go. Okay, now. Speed lines. Shower radial ruler. Don't need to lock the opacity on that. Now, where are you? Yeah. Okay, let's try that. this brush ought to do the trick, yeah. It looks a bit better. Okay, now what I must just make sure that I don't do is have any too close to the actual origin. So keep them centered around the edges. And keep them kind of subtle. Want them to be something you almost have to look for a little bit, rather than something that is overt. There we go. Now in the background here, do I even need this layer anymore? No, because it confuses things, so that one goes away. Now we can see the trees that I spent 5 minutes baking right in the beginning of the process. Hurrah! Okay. Now check our contrasts again. That's looking better. That's looking better. That's looking better. That'll do, that'll do, that'll do. Okay. Now what I want to do is over here, I want to just take away a little bit around the edges, and it would help if I did not have the radial rule on. And that'll just help draw the focus back in towards the center. There we go. That'll work. Yes. Okay. We are there, we are there, we're there. Now what I want to do is one last thing, and that is to throw a fireball. Let's see if it's actually going to add anything. I don't think it is going to add anything. Never mind that then. I feel like we need a little bit of blue in this picture. Okay, that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Yeah, I think we need a little bit of blue in this picture. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn over here and I'm going to grab that. And I'm going to just try with like
50% opacity. Let's just try a little bit of atmosphere. Let's just try to add a little bit of atmosphere on the top here. Overlay? No? Add? No? Normal. Okay, duplicate, clip one down to the plumie, and clip one down to Bill. On top. Nope, not there. But definitely. Let me just grab the inks here. Get rid of a little bit over there. It's a little bit of an unexpected color, given what's happening around in the scene, but that's why it works. You don't expect to see a little bit of blue to just add a bit of... Weirdly, the blue is adding life to this. Usually you use warm colors to add life to something, but the blue is really just helping to draw everything out a little bit. It's not you, Salem. It's okay. I think that is just what the doctor ordered. I think that's just what the doctor ordered. Like, without it, it was good, but with it, it's something. And on the plumie side, yeah.
It just adds a little bit more dimension. Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy. I think, at this point, anything else we're adding is clutter. I think anything else we add at this point is clutter. Contrasts are good. We can see our character well. We can see our Plumie well. It looks kinda cool if I do dare say so myself. And when I post this, hopefully, the Plumies and Wilhelm van der Bos, who is the person who we drew this day, will look at it and say, huh, that was not too bad. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. That was fun. That was fun. When I saw the Ranger outfit drop earlier in the week, I knew I had to draw this. I had to draw Wilhelm in his I knew I had to draw him in his Ranger mode, and it's like you can't not be shooting at something. It's like shooting at something, bird swooping in, make it epic, make him serious. Yeah, I had to. Harry, you're too humble. No. There's a difference between humility and self-depreciation. And I'm not being self-depreciating here. I just really hope that I did a decent enough job. No, I'm good. I'm actually kind of really happy with this. Would this count as a cell shade or a full render? Wait. Let me just think about this real quick. This would count as a full render. Okay. I bet they'd think it's more than just not bad. Okay. Well, okay, that's something. 5 hours and 26 minutes. 5 hours and 26 minutes on this. And it was worth. I'm happy. Ah! Okay. I'm happy. So, yes. The character that we were drawing was Wilhelm van der Bos. He is also a VTuber. He also draws. He's also really good. And if you enjoy my kinds of streams, you're going to enjoy him a lot as well. So do consider giving him a follow over on YouTube and also on X and Blue Sky. Send the owlshi some support. And yes, this design is actually a promotion that's going to be happening with VExpo. Or Vexpo, I don't know which is the actual official pronunciation for that. So it's available as merch at the expo, and I do believe it's also going to be available afterwards on the Globee online store. And I'm very tempted to buy it, even though I can't. I really want it. But that's just me being a little fangirl. It's fine. I'm allowed to fangirl my folk a little bit. And yeah, it was a lot of fun drawing him. He actually designed this outfit himself, and is like, he did a really good job with it. It's like nicely balanced, good color selections, nice easy forms to work with, webtoonifies nicely. Yes, I am like 4 hours over budget if this was a webtoon panel, but it actually translated pretty easily, so I think that he did a really good job with this design. Having a VTuber outfit that actually translates well into webtoon format is actually really difficult, so I think he did a really good job with this design. So yeah, that's my little plug for Vil this day. Aside from, you know, the picture. But yeah, we had fun. I think we had fun. If you like what I do, please consider hitting the follow button or the subscribe button on YouTube. Also, my commissions are open. Please consider checking those out. You'll find the link at the bottom of my screen. And also in my Twitch panels, and if you are watching on YouTube, you'll also find that on my YouTube profile page. All of the links are there as well. And I forgot for a second, but I'm actually also testing out streaming on X at the same time for the first time ever. So if you're watching there, hi. I know I didn't have chat enabled. And it's also not archived there. But I appreciate you watching, I guess. And yes, I will be having a donathon for a replacement graphics tablet in the later half of this month because there is a huge patch right in the middle of this. Basically this entire area over here, which is very scratched up and I can't actually see what I'm doing. And I desperately need to get a replacement before this thing gives up the ghost and dies on me because I'm not very far away from actually scratching an actual hole in the screen, and that terrifies me. So I will be posting about that in the morning. It is currently almost 2 AM UTC, which means it's time for me to call it a day. But I want to thank you all so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. So to everyone, Teo, thank you once again for the raid. If there are any plumies from the US that are still hanging around, it was awesome having you guys here as well. I'm still blown away that we actually got a Vol raid before stream even started. I did not expect that in this iteration of reality, so I am a very happy burb. I'm a very grateful burb. My name is Harrier Citadel, Avian Alien Sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and I am very grateful to have had you here for this lot. Wow, that was fun. Flight mode! Okay, yeah, there you see. Burp mode activated. Burp mode activated. Hi! Yes, these are actually rigged to my eyebrows, so whenever you see them lift up and spread like that, it means that my eyebrows are lifting. So yeah, I don't have animal ears, but my wings are reactive in that way instead. Hehehe. Flappy flappy. That was fun. That was fun. Let me think. Is there anything else that I need to speak about right this very second? Nope, I don't think so. So, I think what we can do is I'm going to end stream for Twitter now. So if there's anyone there, thank you so much for coming, and I'm going to greet you. Goodbye. And I'm going to do the same soon for YouTube so that we can look at raiding out. Because it is definitely a day for a raid, I think. I think it is definitely a day for a raid. So, YouTube, thank you so much for joining us. And I will see you guys tomorrow at, once again, 1900 hours UTC. We're going to be doing another productivity day. We've got commissions to work on, so let's dive into that tomorrow with lots of joy and fun. And I will see you next time.